right, folks. So I estimate it probably won't take longer than an hour to run around. So I'm thinking we're going to do at least double main events today. Possibility of triple. We'll see. See how we go on time and how you guys feel. We'll do at least double mains today. There will be at least 2 sets of main events. Do 2 qualifiers, 2 mains, maybe even a third set of mains. See how things go. All right, so our first race up is going to be Josh, Justin, Steven, Josh, and Tony, and Jimmy. All right, tour marshals will be my 21.5 drivers plus Brian plus Julian. Hey, if you guys happen to have brought your 21.5 car, just saying, it's looking a little light on that side of things. If anybody wants to jump in 21.5, I wouldn't say no. That's a good point. I mean, I wish I was ready. Time and money, that's what I need. Anything? Hey, you said anything. All right, I can use one more turn marshal on the left side of the track. I may need one more. Cool, awesome. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get everybody lined up on the right-hand side of the racetrack prior to the start-finish line. I got a couple of transponders I want to make sure are correct. All right, can I get Josh Hansen across the line? All right. How about Josh Boyd? Ah, man, sorry about that. Tony, can I get Tony across the line? Dang, sorry about that, guys. Jeez. Tough luck there for round 1, but hopefully we'll see you guys in round 2. All right, we got our marshals. We're going racing. It's going to be a live loop start, guys. So when you cross the start-finish line, your time begins. All right, got Jimmy B going 15-6. Got Josh at 17-1, Justin 18-8, Stephen a 17-4. 25 second pin drivers. Just getting this party started here. Round 1, race 1 on a Sunday. Sunday. Hopefully we'll see some more Sunday off-road racing coming up this winter. That is my hope. I know we got the win. Oh, back straight. Careful on the back straight. That is clear. I know we got the Winter Classic coming up here pretty soon. I believe that's a couple weeks away. All right, today's originally scheduled on-road race will be going on Saturday. Hopefully the weather is looking better at that junction. Yeah, 1 minute down. 5 minutes left. Drivers going 6 minutes today, Wednesday style. You know, this is kind of like when they had Monday Night Football on a different night. They did that a few years back. It's the same kind of deal here. It's like Wednesday night racing on a Sunday. All right, 135 in, 425 to go. Right now it's Jimmy B out front, followed by Justin, Josh, and Steven. Oh, Jimmy's pace right now, 22.06. Got Justin at 21 flat, Josh at 20.10, and Steven at 18.02. All right, 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. Jimmy currently 2.8 ahead of Justin. Justin 8.5 ahead of Josh. Josh 8.8 ahead of Steven. All right, 220 down, 340 left. Right now, Jimmy on a 22 flat on the verge of a 23 lap run. Need a little help up front. Thank you, Brian. All right, so the Off-Road Winter Classic is going to be January 25th. That'll be a one-day trophy race coming up here. Yep, it's going to be an all-new track. Got to draw something fresh for you guys. So this Wednesday, hopefully, we'll be reversing the track here. Go opposite direction for a few weeks. Got 315 down, 245 to go. Justin Lieber's now to the top spot, 22.08 for pace. Jimmy 22.10, Josh 21.15, Steven at 19.08. Let's see, fast lap of this one, 15.2 out of Jimmy, got 15.3 from Justin, 16.6 for Josh, 17.0 for Steven. 220 remains, drivers. All right, Jimmy now 9/10 ahead of Justin. Going back and forth for the one spot here. Jimmy B driving the orange and green. Oh, little trouble for Jimmy there. So orange and green, blue and green. Those are your 2 lead lap cars. Got just under 2 minutes remaining, drivers. Justin back to the front. That's going to be blue-green down the back straight. Good teamwork, guys. Minute 40 to go. Oh, Jimmy taking a flip. Steven taking a flip. Got minute 30 to go, drivers. 90 seconds remain. This is race number 1 on track. Race number 2, another heat. 17.5 buggy up next. All right, folks, just over a minute to go. Careful last double, guys. $45 seconds to go. Justin out front, 22.06. Jimmy, 21.05. Josh at 21.13. Steven, 19.09. 35 seconds to go here. All right, 20 seconds left. Justin holding down a 12-second lead. Jimmy 9 ahead of Josh. Josh a lap up on Steven. Getting down to the last moments of this one. Keep going, drivers. Keep going. Keep going, guys. All right, that'll be a race, guys. It's going to be Justin taking that one, going 22-14. Got Jimmy at 21:02, Josh at 21:14, and Steven at 19:10. All right, folks, I'm going to need all you guys to turn marshal. Up next is going to be Heat 2. This one's going to be Art, Steve, Andrew, Martin, Mark, Mike. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals for this race, please. Need all the guys from the last one. Hey, if I can get you up front, maybe I could use one person up front in front of the driver's stand. Cool. Thank you, guys. All right, folks. You guys ready to race? We're going live, Luke. Andrew, a little bit early on the draw, so when you cross this time, it'll start counting for you. All right, everybody now on the clock. Got Cardinale at 15-1. Human 16-9. Leon going 14-9. Relish going 17-3. And Noel about to cross the line with a 15-2. All right, Steve going 14-9 each of the first two laps. That puts him out front right now on a 25 lap pace. So a 14-9 average will make you 25 laps in 6 minutes. Keep that in mind, drivers. Now 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. Yeah, Noel now a 14-5. Leon going 14-7. Cardinale a 14-9 of his own. 1 minute 15 down, 4:45 left. Right now it's Steve, Andrew, Art, Mike, Mark, and Martin. Steve currently 25-11, Andrew 24-03, Art 24-05, Mike 22-13, and Mark 21 flat. Minute 35 in, 4:25 remains. Steve, Art, Andrew, Mike, and Mark. Steve currently 2.9 ahead of Art, Art 1.4 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 7 ahead of Mike, Mike 8 ahead of Mark. Careful in the middle, guys. That is clear. Minute 50 down, 4:10 to go. All right, 2:05 down, 3:55 remains. All right, Steve Leung out front, 25-11. Art Cardinale 24-07. Andrew Knoll 24-08. Mike Rulis going 22-06. And Mark Humans at 20-15. Careful in the middle, guys. Got mixed up in the middle there. All right, that is clear. 2:35 in, 3:25 left. Right now it's Steve 3.4 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.4 ahead of Art. Your close battles on track. Steve 25-14, Andrew 24-07, Art 24-08, Mike 22, and Mark on 19. Got 3 minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes left. This is race number 2, round number 1. All right, doing 2 rounds of qualifying today, and at least 2 rounds of main events. A minimum of 2 rounds of main events, possibly 3. We'll see how it goes, guys. People start leaving, then, well, it'll be two. But if you guys are up for a third round, hey, I'll stick around. Got 3:30 down, 2:30 to go. That's going to be double for all mains, not just the A mains. B main, C main, etc. All right, we got just about 2 minutes remaining here. Steve out front, 24 flat. Andrew 2408, Art 2410, Mike 2211, Mark 19. 2 minutes left. Steve currently 5 seconds ahead of Andrew. Andrew 1 second ahead of Art. Art a lap up on Mike. Mike a lap up on Mark. Got a minute 45 remaining, drivers. Might be cold and rainy outside, but the action is hot on the track. Minute 30 to go, drivers. Steve 5 seconds ahead of Andrew. Andrew 2. Wow, Andrew now 1.3 ahead of Art. That's our closest battle there, Noel versus Cardinale. Careful on the left, drivers. Careful on the left. It's getting cleared up. Oh, a little trouble with the rollers, guys. Careful with the rollers. 50 seconds remain. 40 seconds remaining, drivers. All right, 25 seconds remain. And trouble for Noel. That might impede him in his quest for second place. 10 seconds remain. Keep it smooth. Keep it smooth. Oh, man, when it rains, it pours. All right, Uno Mas. And that'll be a race, guys. Steve Leon going 24:01, Art Cardinale 24:12, Andrew Noel 23:10, Mike Rulis at 22:05, and Mark Humans at 19:06. All right, race number 3, you guys are up. This one is going to be Barry, Brian, Rigo, Kevin, Harold, and Omar. Indeed. Welcome back, Rigo Padilla. Getting this 2026 racing season kicked off here. All right, got everybody checked in. I'm going to need some turn marshals. All my drivers from that previous group, I need your help. Oh, Andrew and Art, those two young men had quite a good battle last time. All right, I've got our marshals out here. Everybody's ready to go. Loop is going live. All right, we got Barry starting us off at 14-1. BG 14-7, Whizbang going 14-9, Allen 14-9, Padilla 16-1, Omar 16-1. Just getting this party started here. Barry starts this race off with a pair of 14-1s. All right, we got Barry stopping out front, 26.09 for pace. Got Kevin Allen 25.14, BG at 24.04, Omar 24.12, Rigo 23 flat, and Whizbang currently on a 22. Thing is, if you have a rough lap in the opening minute or two, it kind of skews the pace, comically bad. All right, we got minute 15 down, 4:45 remaining. Barry Stopp at 25.02 at the moment. He's driving the silver and purple ride. Oh, 14.3 that time by. Barry throwing down some good laps. All right, about 40 down. Barry, Kevin, Rigo, Brian, Omar, Harold. Barry 25.01, Kevin 25.11, Rigo 24.08, Brian 24.08, Omar 24.08, and Whizbang on the 23 at the moment. Got 4 minutes to go, drivers. All right, 2:15 in, 3:45 remains. Barry Stopp it out front, 25.01. Kevin Allen, 25.12. Rigo, 24.07. Omar, 24.13. Whizbang, 23.01. Gross, 23.03. All right, 2:40 down, 3:20 to go. Barry, 4.5 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 3.4 ahead of Rigo. Got Omar, 2.1 back of Padilla. Omar currently 1.6 ahead of Harold, and Harold 3.6 ahead of Brian. All right, folks, getting close to halfway here. 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Fast lap still a 14-1 out of Barry. Got 14.6 from Kevin, 14.7 from Rigo, 14.6 for Omar, 14.8 for Whizbang, and a 14.4 for Brian. 2:45 remains, drivers. All right, stop at 25.06. The pace to beat right now. 3:30 down, 2:30 to go. Barry, Kevin, Rigo, Omar, Harold, Brian. That time around, stop it going 14.0. We got Kevin going 14.5. 2:10 remains, drivers. Four minutes down. Barry 25.04, Kevin 25.11, Rigo 24.05, Omar 24.06, Harold 24.10, and BG 24.14. All right, 1:35 remaining. All right, 1:25 remains. Barry, Kevin, Rigo, Omar, Harold, and Brian, your full running order. Right now, Barry 4.9 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 6.4 ahead of Rigo. Rigo half a second ahead of Omar. Omar 3.7 ahead of Harold, and Harold 0.3 ahead of Brian. One minute left. 1 minute to win it. 45 seconds left. Barry 25:03, Kevin 25:10, Omar 24:05, Rigo 24:06, Harold 24:08, and Brian 24:09. All right, 25 seconds remain, drivers. Got another heat of 17.5 up next. All right, Barry, now that you're done driving, are you running 2 gears or 4 gears in your diff? 4, okay. 60K? 30? 80, okay. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Barry Sobbit taking the W, 25:03. Kevin going 25:11. Omar 24:04. Rigo 24:05. Harold 24:08. BG 24:13. Man, impressive run group there. Everybody 24 laps and better. Good stuff. All right, got another run group of 17.5 coming up here. That'll be Kalis, Brian, Jordan, Brandon, Austin, and Brian. And George. Dude, that thing looks good. Hey, so like going into the first corner, how much brake are you using? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, dude. Yeah. My buddy's sending me his this week. 26. Yeah, I may be copying his setup when mine shows up. All right, folks. We're going racing. All right, we got Mir Fuente at 13.8, Lynn at 14.2, Church 15.3, Low at 14.3, Rabara 14.9. We got 30 seconds down, drivers. This is race number 4, round number 1. All right, 45 seconds in. We got Brian Mirafuente out front, 26:07 for pace. We got Caleb 26:09, George 25 fly, Jordan 25:14, Austin on 24:09, Brian 23:05, Brandon on at 21 at the moment. Oh, careful up front, guys. Careful up front. All right, fast lap. Brian Mirafuente at 13.8. Got Kalis Lowe going 13.9. George Lynn 14.2. Jordan Rivera 14.4. Austin going 15.1. Brian at 15.1. And we got Brandon in the 15s as well. Got a minute 40 down, drivers. Mirafuente out front. Only 0.9 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 0.9 ahead of George. George 2.4 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 4.2 ahead of Austin. Austin 3 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian bit ahead of Brandon. We got 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. All right, Brian, 26.08 for pace. Kayla's 26.12. George 25.01. Jordan 25.11. Austin 24.10. Brian 23.05. Brandon 21. Got 3:40 to go, drivers. Kayla Slow going 13.8 last time by. Mir Funseg, whoa, looks a little bit of a rough lap there. Kayla's going 13.6. Hey, that's a 17.5 car, right? That's a good lap, Kayla. All right, 2:45 down, 3:15 to go. Kayla Slow now out front on a 26.09. Got Bryant to 26.13. George 25.03. Jordan 25.09. Austin 24.09. Brian 23.04. Brandon 21.03. All right, Kayla Slow out front. Got C Low saying, see ya later. Race leader crosses over the start finish line. 26.09 is his pace. Got Brian to 26.13. George 25.02. Jordan 25.08. Austin 24.11. Brian 23.09. Brandon 22.14. Got 3:40 down. 2:20 to go. All right, after this, we're going 40 plus. $2:05 remains, drivers. Kayla's 3 seconds up on Brian. Brian 2.7 ahead of George. George 3.5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 11 ahead of Austin. Austin 8 seconds up on Brian. Brian 10 ahead of Brandon. Got 1:45 to go, drivers. Right, 1:30 remains. Oh, careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. That is clear. Got just over 1 minute to go, drivers. All right, Kayla's 4 seconds up on Brian. Brian 3.5 ahead of George. George 4 ahead of Jordan. Jordan will lap up on Austin. Austin 5 ahead of Brian. Brian 8 ahead of Brandon. 45 seconds to go. All right, 35 seconds to go. And as they cross the line, George Lynn now to the 2 spot. So 1.2 the gap on the clock here. So Brian can drive 1.2 up the road basically. He will take back the 2. We'll see what happens here. 10 seconds left. Good teamwork, guys. Good teamwork. Good teamwork, guys. One more car making its way over that last double, and that will be a race. All right, Kayla Slow taking the victory there, 26.08. We got George 25.02, Brian to 25.03, Jordan 25.09, Austin 23.04, Brian 23.18, and Brandon 22.10. All right, 40 plus, 17.5. right, I am going to need some turn marshals, please. I need you guys from the last race to make your way out. All right, everybody's checked in. Got our marshals out here. 40 plus looking ready to go here. All right, folks, we'll get this party started. All right, this is 40 plus, race number 5 of the round. So only 7 races today, so there is no Ocho. You guys are the Cinco. All right, we got Barry Stopp going 13-9. Julian and Steve going 14-5. Still getting going here. Still getting heat in those tires. Yeah, 50 seconds in. Right now it's Barry, Julian, Steve, Omar, Kevin, Brian, Harold, Rigo. All right, drivers, we got a minute 10 down, 3:50 to go. And right now it's going to be Julian on top of the leaderboard at a 21:07. Got Kevin 21:10. Barry 21:10 as well. Omar, you guessed it, 21:10. Brian 20:03. Steve 20:06. Harold 20:07. Rigo 19:01. All right, we got buck 30 down, 3:30 left. And Barry has reclaimed the top spot. Not much of a gap up front. We got Barry Barry 0.05 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.1 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 0.5 ahead of Omar. Omar 1.6 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.2 ahead of Steve. Steve 1 second ahead of Whitbang. And we got Harold 2.9 ahead of Rigo. All right, 225 down, 235 remaining. All right, 240 down, 220 remains. Barry 21:08, Julian 21:09, Kevin 21:09, Omar 21:10, Brian 21:14, Harold Dillon 20:05, Steve 20:12, Rigo 20:13. Just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers. I thought he was never going to say it. All right, so currently, first place through 5th place. Total split time, 3 seconds. That means top 5 cars, all within 3 seconds. Minute 40 to go, drivers. Barry, 1 second up on Julian. Julian 0.3 ahead of Kevin. Kevin now 1 second ahead of Omar. Omar 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 4 ahead of Harold. Harold 3.9 ahead of Steve. Steve 1.6 ahead of Rigo. A minute 25 to go, drivers. All right, a minute 15 remains. right, drivers, 4 minutes down, 1 minute left. Right now, Barry, 9/10 ahead of Julian. Julian, 9/10 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 1.3 ahead of Brian. Brian, 0.8 ahead of Omar. Omar, 5.7 ahead of Harold. Harold, 5.6 ahead of Rigo. 40 seconds left. Barry, 21:06. Julian, 21:08. Kevin, 21:09. Brian, 21:11. Omar, 21:12. Harold, 20:04. Rigo, 20:12. All right, 25 seconds left. And it's still close here. Barry, 1.6 up on Julian. Julian, 1 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 0.6 ahead of Brian. Brian, 2 ahead of Omar. Keep going, drivers. Keep going. All right, one more car. And that'll be a race, guys. It is going to be Barry going 21:06. Yeah, I suppose so. It'll be a little full, but okay. So Barry going 21:06, Julian 21:08, Kevin 21:09, Brian 21:10, Omar 21:13, Harold 20:05, Rigo 20:11. We're going in the truck. Got a truck? You're in luck. All right, I need all my drivers from that last group, 40 plus. I need your help, please. I got like 3 turn marshals out here. I need a little bit more than that. All right, I need a little more help, please. All right, should be good now. All right, folks, we're going to get this party started. All right, this is Stadium Truck Race number 6 on track. All right, fastest opening lap goes to Brian side of 15-1. He backs it up with 14-8. All right, we're 1 minute down. 5 minutes left. All right, so we got Mir Fuente out front, driving the blue and yellow truck. Julian in the 2, followed by Brian, Art, Austin, Dave, Jordan, Mark, and Mark. All right, minute 20 down, 4:40 remaining. Right now, Julian on 24:05. Brian at 24:05. Brian's rough lap going to go 23:03 at the moment. Cardinale also 23:03. Rivara at 23:13. Church at 22:01. Knoll 22:04. Barbosa 20:11. And Humans at 19:05. Careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. That is clear. All right, we got 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. All right, BG now to the top spot. So your leaders are going to be the blue, green, and orange, white truck, as well as the blue and yellow. Got 2:25 in, 3:35 to go. Also count that white, black, orange, yellow amongst our leaders as well. He's now taking over the 3 spot. All right, 2:40 down, 3:20 to go. Brian 24:01, Julian 24:04, Art 23:02, Austin 22:01, David 22:03, Brian 22:04. Got Jordan at 22:06, Mark Humans at 20:10, and Mark Barbosa 20:12. Got 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. All right, 3:10 down. BG 3.5 ahead of Taylor. Taylor 4.4 ahead of Cardinale. Cardinale 6.2 ahead of Mir Fuente. Mir Fuente 1.4 ahead of Church. Church 0.1 ahead of Rivara. Rivara 1.1 ahead of Knoll. Got Knoll lap up on Humans. Humans 9 up on Barbosa. 2:30 remaining, drivers. 2:30 to go. All right, we got 2:10 remaining. Brian, Julian, Art, Brian, Austin, Dave, Jordan, Mark, and Mark, your full running order. Brian, 24 flat. Julian at 24:10. Art, 23:01. Brian, 23:05. Austin, 22:01. Jordan, 22:01. Dave at 22:05. Humans, 20:02. Barbosa, 19:02. Minute 45 to go, drivers. Careful in the middle, guys. That's being taken care of. A minute 15 remains. 75 seconds to go. All right, you heard the man. A minute to go. Gross out front. He's 10 seconds up on Taylor. Taylor 2.5 ahead of Cardinale. Cardinale 1.4 ahead of Mir Fuente. Mir Fuente 7.8 ahead of Rivara. Rivara 4.6 ahead of Church. Church 3 ahead of Knoll. Knoll up on Humans. Humans 10 ahead of Barbosa. 35 seconds remain, drivers. Twenty seconds to go. All right, we got 5 seconds left, drivers. 21.5 buggy up next. Oh, put them on the other side, please. All right, that'll be a race, guys. It's going to be BG taking that one, 24 flat. Julian, 24-13. Art, 23 flat. Jordan, 2307. Brian, 2307. Austin, 2202. Dave, 2203. Humans, 21. And Barbosa getting 19. Hey, Julian, real quick. This guy right here, black hat, black shirt, the red truck, that's Mark. Did you take a look at his front tires? His truck looks a little thick, huh? Yeah, that little bit of blue makes all the difference. All right, thanks. All right, if I can get most of my stadium truck guys out here, maybe a few of you guys to marshal race number 1. I believe that's going to be Brian and Julian marshaling race number 1. All right, so this is 21.5 buggy. Dave, I'll be marshal race 1. Okay, now you, okay. All right, that works. Never mind. All right, folks, we're going racing. All right, we got Merc 16-3, Humans with 20, and Kim Lowe going 16-1. Down low out front. All right, Merc going 15-2 that time by. Low going 15-8, Humans with 17-0. 45 seconds in. All right, Merc another low 15 here, going 15-1. And I'll put Merc out front. So Merc on 2011. Got low 1906. Actually, these are based off of 5 minutes, so let me fix that and get back to you. All right, Merc on a 2410, low 2310, and Humans 2005. So Merc last time around going 15 flat. How about that? All right, did you bring your 21.5 car? Just saying, if you want to jump in round 2, you're welcome to. I know 3 might be a lot on a day like this, though. There's only 7 races. I was just telling someone the other day, like, you know, some people can run 3 classes and still have time to, like, hang out in the pits. And then some guys, just, yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. Case in point. 2 minutes down. Like, over on the on-road side of things, Lex Tyler, for example, that guy could be running 4 or 5 classes, and he'll still have time to hang out in the pits. He'll still have time to help announce a race. It's like, dang, dude. Pit game is on point. All right, 230 down, 330 left. Yeah, Brian Merck, 2303. Kim Lowe, 2204. Mark Humans, 2117. All right, 3:15 remains. This is 21-5 buggy on track. Yeah, to be honest, this is really what stock buggy should be, 21. I mean, these are faster than our 17.5s were 5 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago, I wish my 17.5 was this fast. Yeah, it is. It's all, it's all about getting in the flow, keeping corner speed, good lines. Yeah, 21.5 is a good class. That is why I refuse to decommission my 21.5 car. Yeah. All right, Brian Merck, 14.9 that time by. 14.9 and doing just fine. We're just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers. All right, next race up is going to be race number 1. We're going into round number 2 after this. All right, Brian Merck out front, 23.02, Kinlow, 22.14, Mark Hubert, 21.17. So Merck with a pretty sizable lead, below 13 seconds upon Human, so everyone pretty well set in their finishing position, unless anything catastrophic happens. All right, a minute 10 to go, drivers. And by the end of this week, I might have a 21.5, 17.5, and a mod buggy. I'm going the direction of Tony Wilson now. Oh, yeah. Dialed. Yeah, I don't think 3 are going to stay. I think 2 buggies is kind of pushing it for me. So I'll probably keep the 21.5 on the shelf for special occasions. 10 seconds to go, drivers. And in all honesty, I'm probably never going to get a chance to race 17.5, so the mod buggy will get more action than that one. It is, yeah. I might just not do a 17.5 car, just do a mod car instead. Although it's, there's a good chance that my mod car is a boosted 17.5 or something of that nature. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Brian Merck out front, 23.02. Ken going 22.12. Humans, 20.03. Okay, folks, we're going right back into round number 2. Race number 1. Yes. No? Well, I'll have to keep it 5 minutes for round 2 for fairness sake. But then main events, yeah. If I don't switch it before the mains, remind me again, please. All right, folks. Race number 1 is going to be Justin, Jimmy, Josh, Steven, Josh, and Tony. All right, race number 1. It is your turn. Turn marshals, if they get my 21.5 guys out here, also going to need a little bit of help from some of our stadium truck guys. Yeah, I'm honestly afraid that if I use that seat, that I'll break it. I mean, it might be sturdy enough, but you don't want to park there. All right, I'm looking for Justin Levers and Josh Boyd. We're looking for Justin Levers and Josh Boyd. You guys are up. All right, give you guys 30 seconds. All right, well, we're going with these four. So let's get everybody to the right side of the track. Starting order will be Jimmy 1, Josh 2, Stephen 3, and Tony 4. Okay, well, all right, it's going to be Justin first, then Jimmy, Josh, Stephen, and Tony. Justin just barely making it to this one. All right, Justin, on you. Jimmy, Josh, Stephen, and Tony. All right, this is round number 2. All right, Lever's going 16-1. Blackwell a 16-9. Arnazone going 16-3. Hanson a 16-9. Jellica 18-1. Careful in the middle, guys. That is clear. We got 40 seconds down. Lever's out front, driving the blue and green machine. Got Jimmy Blackwell driving the orange and green machine. Believe that is going to be Josh driving the orange and white. 1 minute down, 5 minutes left. Yeah, Jimmy going 15-3, Justin going 15-6, Josh going 16-6, Tony 16-3, and Stephen 18-1. Minute 15 down and 4:45 to go. Careful last double, guys. Careful at that last double. Minute 40 down. Jimmy B out front 23:08, Justin 22:02, Josh 22:15, Tony 20:11, and Stephen 19:04. All right, we got 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. Jimmy B out front. He is 5 seconds up on Justin. Justin 0.7 ahead of Josh. Josh 8 seconds ahead of Tony. Tony 7 ahead of Stephen. Got 2:15 down, 3:45 to go. 130 in, 330 left. Jimmy on a 23-11, Justin 22-10, Josh 22-16, Tony 20-15, and Steven 20-16. Yeah, battle now, Steven versus Tony. All right, 2:45 down, 3:15 to go. So Jimmy Blackwell on a 23-lap pace. Grabbing the orange and green car, down the back straight he goes. Justin Leapers currently at 22:08. He's driving blue and green down the back straight now. Josh Hansen driving that orange, white, and black. He's on 21:01. Currently, Josh about 3 seconds out of second place. Well, we got that battle, Tony versus Steven there, just half a second apart. 330 down, 230 left. All right, 2:20 remaining, drivers. $2:10 to go. All right, folks, we are now 4 minutes in. Yeah, Jimmy, Justin, Josh, Steven, and Tony, your full running order here. Everybody, everyone at least 9 seconds apart except for Tony and Steven. Tony and Steven 1/10 of a second apart. Those guys are still battling. 1:40 to go, drivers. Need a little help on the right side. Oh, and Justin almost off the course. I think they call that a ground rule double. Not quite a home run, but 4:40 down, 1:20 to go. Minute 10 remains, drivers. All right, Jimmy 23-12, Justin 22-15, Josh 21-13, Tony 20-07, Steven 20-12. All right, drivers, 45 seconds to go. Race number 2 going to be up next. Race 2, be ready to go, guys. All right, folks, 10 seconds left. Keep going, drivers. Jimmy B, the only one done. And that'll be a race, guys. Jimmy going 22:01, Justin 22:11, Josh going 21:15, Tony at 20:06, and Steven at 20:07. All right, folks. Now making our way into race number 2, which will be Steve, Art, Andrew, Mike, Mark, Martin. Hey, you guys remember Mark Martin? Probably one of the better NASCAR drivers to have never won a championship. Oh man, don't get me started on that whole chase format. We haven't had a real champion since like 2003. The fact that the chase has lasted 20 years is just, got some of my marshals out here. If I get everybody from that last race to the track, please. Cool, got everybody out here, and we're going racing. So our starting order will be Steve, Art, Andrew, Mike, Mark, and Mark. Art, Andrew, Mike, Mark, Martin. All right, fastest opening lap goes to our Cardinale at a 15.4. Only car in the 15s on the opening pass. Believe that'll change. And it does. So Art going 15.1, Andrew now 15.1, Steve at 15.2, Martin 16.1, Mike 16.2, Mark 16.2. 45 seconds in, drivers. All right, minute down, 5 to go. Art, Andrew, Steve, Martin, Mike, and Mark. Andrew Knoll going 14.7, backing it up to 15.4. I'll put him out front now. So Andrew on a 24.09, Art 24.10, Steve also 24.10. Mike going 23.12, Martin 23.15, and Mark on the 22-lap run. Andrew Knoll that time by 14.7 once again. So that orange and white car is your race leader. Second place right there with him. Same with third place, actually, for that matter. So your top 3 cars making their way through that middle section. They're actually in sequential order. All right, we are a minute 50 down, 4:10 to go. All right, Andrew Knoll out front, 24.07. Art Cardinale, 24.12. Got Steve going 23.03. Mark 23.15. Mike 22.02. Mark 21.07. Last time by, Knoll resets his fast lap going 14.6. All right, 2:25 down, 3:35 to go. Andrew, Art, Steve, Mike, Martin, and Mark. Your 4 running order. All right, folks, got 2:50 down, 3:10 to go. Andrew 24.05, Art 24.11, Steve 23 flat, Mike 23.14, Martin 22 flat, and Mark 21.03. We got 2:45 to go now. Andrew currently 2.3 ahead of Art, Art 1.3 ahead of Steve, Steve 7.9 ahead of Mike, Mike 2.5 ahead of Martin, and Martin 9 ahead of Mark. Andrew once again 14.6. He's in the mix. All right, 2:25 remains. Steve going 14.2 that time by. Got 2:10 remaining, drivers. Four minutes in, 2 minutes remaining. All right, We got a battle for the lead here. Art and Andrew. Minute 40 to go, drivers. It is close out front now. 90 seconds remain, drivers. Right now, Art 24 ahead of Steve. Steve 2 ahead of Andrew. Minute 20 to go, drivers. Steve 24:10, Art 24:10, Andrew 23 flat, Mike 23:15, Martin 22:08, and Mark 21:16. 1 minute remains, drivers. Steve currently half a second ahead of Art. Art 3 ahead of Andrew. Those are your closest battles on track. Careful with the rollers, guys. Careful with the rollers. 40 seconds remain, drivers. $25 seconds remaining. This time by Art now, 3 seconds up on Steve. Steve 4.8 ahead of Andrew. Gap starts starting to grow. We only have 10 seconds remaining, drivers. All right, one more car, and that will be a race, guys. It's going to be Art Cardinale going 24:11. Steve going 24:14. Mike at 22:01. Martin 22:11. Andrew getting 21. Mark 21. All right, folks, moving into race number 3 now. That is going to be Barry, Kevin, Omar, Rigo, Harold, and Brian. All right, we got Harold Whizbang making a rare race appearance. It's good to see Harry Wiz out here. All right, I'm going to need a tour marshal in front of the driver's stand as well. All right, starting lineup for this one going to be Barry 1, Kevin 2, Omar 3, Rigo 4, Harry 5, and Brian 6. All right, we're going Barry on the tone. Kevin, Omar, Rigo, Whizbang, whatever you want, Brian. All right, folks, got a long race ahead here. Barry Soppy going 14-3 on the opening pass. Omar 14-5. Kevin a 14-8. Rigo 14-9. Whizbang at 15-1. Lap 2, we got Soppy at 14-2. Padilla going 14-4. That Rigo's starting to get dialed in here. All right, one down, 5 to go. Got Barry stopping out front. 26 laps is the pace right now. Kevin Allen, 25-13. Omar, 25-14. Wisbang, 24 flat. Padilla, 24-03. Gross, 24-02. 4:45 remaining. Omar goes 14-2 that time by. All right, 130 down, 4:30 to go. Barry, Omar, Kevin, Harold, Rigo, Brian, your current running order. Now Barry currently 2 seconds ahead of Omar. Omar 0.2 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 0.2 ahead of Harold. Harold 0.8 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 3 seconds ahead of Brian. We're approaching 2 minutes down. 4 minutes remain. Now 33.3% of the way through this race. Stoppage pace now 25:02. Manan Sala going 25:09. Allen at 25:10. Wisbang at 25:14. Gross 24:10 and Padilla at 24:13. Got 3:35 to go, drivers. Right, 250 down, 310 remains. Barry, Kevin, Omar, Harold, Brian, Rigo, your current order with Barry on 25:04. Got Kevin 25:09, Omar 25:13, Harold 25:14, Brian 24:05, and Rigo 24:09. Just under 3 minutes remain. This is race 3 on track. Race 4, be ready to go. You're up next. 2:40 remaining here. I think Omar might have missed a lap here. All right, there we go. All right, 2:20 remaining, drivers. Barry, 3.3 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1.5 ahead of Omar. Omar 2.5 ahead of Harold. Harold 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 3 seconds ahead of Rigo. And that's on by. BG making his way up to the 4th spot. A little help. Minute 50 to go, drivers. Minute 35 remaining here, drivers. All right, minute 15 to go. Barry 25:06, Kevin 25:10, Omar 25:12. Rigo 24:07, Brian 24:07, and Harold at 24:10. You heard the man, a minute to go. A minute to win it. Right now, stop at the man out front, 25:06. He's 3 seconds ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1.2 ahead of Omar. Omar 8 seconds up on Brian. Brian 2.4 ahead of Harold. Harold 1.5 ahead of Rigo. All right, 15 seconds remain, drivers. Keep on going. Don't stop early. Don't want to be that guy. time about to expire here. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep moving. All right, that'll be a race. Barry going 25:06, Kevin 25:10, Omar 25:13, Brian 24:04, Harold 24:11, Rigo 24:13. All right, folks, up next is race number 4. That'll be Kalis, Bryant, Jordan, Austin, Brian, and Brandon. And George. All right, so George doing 2 rounds today. At 2:30? Oh, okay. You'll probably make the first man at least. You might even, we'll see what happens. Might even make 2 of the mains. Man, I thought we were just going to have George for a round. We get him most of the day. Good stuff. All right, I am looking for some turn marshals, guys. All right, so I still need turn marshals, guys. I'm looking for Barry, Kevin, Omar, Brian, Harold, and Rigo. If I can get somebody a marshal for Whizbang, please. I need a volunteer. Yeah, I got no marshals out here except Brian and Omar now. All right, thank you, guys. Got our marshals out here. We're going racing. Kalis on the tone. George, Brian, Jordan, Austin, Brian, and Brett. All right, Kalis going 14-0, Brian 14-1, Austin 14-3, George 14-4. Yeah, 35 seconds down. All right, 50 seconds in, we got Brian Miraponte out front on at 26:09 for pace. Kalis is 26:09 as well. George 26:12. Austin 25:03. Jordan 25:10. Brandon 24:07. Brian 24:09. Yeah, 4:50 to go, drivers. And this time by Kalis 0.029 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.8 ahead of George. George 1.2 ahead of Austin. Austin 1 second ahead of Jordan. Jordan 2.5 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 0.5 ahead of Brian. Oh, help in the middle. Thank you, Omar. All right, 4:25 remaining here. And gap between Kalis and Brian, just 0.025 last time around. Oh, man. Wait. Hold on. Looks like Brian might have missed a lap here on the leaderboard. Oh, he hit a home run. Dang. We got 2 minutes down, drivers. 4 minutes remaining. Right now, Kalis low on a 26:05. George going 25 flat. Austin 25:02. Jordan 25:05. Brandon 24:07. And Brian 23:02. Well, With Brian pulling off, that actually means I hold on to a particular record. I'm the last guy to keep you around flying off the track during said round. .245 down, 3:15 remains. Kalis 26.05, George 25.01, Austin 25.05, Jordan 25.06, Brandon 24.09, Brian 23.11. Yeah, 3 minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. All right, Kalis 5 seconds ahead of George. George 4 seconds ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.2 ahead of Austin. Austin 7.6 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 7 seconds ahead of Brian. Got 2:25 remaining, drivers. This is race 4 on track. Got 40 plus coming up next. All right, 3:45 in, 2:15 to go. All right, 1:50 remains. Kalis on a 26.05, George 26.14, Jordan 25.10, Austin also 25.10, Brandon 24.10, and Brian 23.08. Hey Landon, what you doing for lunch? Got 1:25 to go, drivers. Kalis 26.05, George 25 flat, Jordan 25.09, Austin 24.02, Brandon 24.11, Brian 23.07. Got just over a minute to go, drivers. Our next race up is 40 plus. Well, this qualifier's got to be 5 to keep it fair, but your mains will be 6. Actually, they'll be 6:30 to make up for the. I'm just kidding. All right, 35 seconds to go. And everybody pretty well set in their finishing position, bearing catastrophe. 20 seconds remain. All right, 10 to go, folks. All right, I'll be a race, guys. Kalis Lowe going 26.05. George getting that 26 lap run, 26.14. Jordan 25.09. Austin 24.08. Brandon 23.02. Brian 23.07. All right, I'll conclude race 4. 40 plus is up next. Race number 5. This one gonna be Barry, Julian, Kevin, Brian, Omar, Harold, Rigo, and Steve. looking for a few more turn marks though. All right, maybe if I get one more in the middle, I should have Brian, Brandon, Austin, Jordan, George, Kalis. Who am I missing? Hey, where's Austin? Get out of here. Our starting lineup is going to be Barry 1, Julian 2, Kevin 3, Brian 4, Omar 5, Harold 6, Rigo 7, Steve 8. Get you in the middle, Austin. I need you in the middle lane. All right, we're going racing with Barry on the tongue. Julian, Kevin, Brian, Omar, Harold, and Rigo, and Steve. All right, Barry Soppin out front, 14-2 so far. Got Julian 14-3, Kevin 14-5, Brian 14-6, Harold 14-7, Omar 14-8, Steve 14-8, and Rigo 15-3 at the moment. We're 50 seconds in now. Soppin going 14-1. Oh, this is a 5-minute qualifier. It will remain that way because that's what we did in round 1. The main event, however, will be 6 minutes for 40 plus. All right, a minute 15 down, 3:45 to go. Right now, stop at 21:02, Taylor 21:06, Allen 21:09, Gross 21:10, Bisbang 21:11, Manansala 21:11. Leung at 20. Oh, Padilla now 19:02, Leung 19:10. Minute 40 down and 3:20 remaining. All right, we got 2 minutes down, drivers. Barry 21:02, Julian 21:09, Brian 21:12, Kevin 21:12, Omar 21:13, Harold 21:13, Rigo 19 flat, Steve 19:01. $2:30 down, $2:30 to go. All right, Barry Soppin 3.6 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.7 ahead of Omar. Omar 0.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.032 ahead of Harold. Harold 4.6 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1.5 ahead of Steve. And Steve 1.7 ahead of Rigo. Got just over 2 minutes left, drivers. All right, a minute 30 to go, drivers. Barry, Omar, Julian, Brian, Harold, Rigo, Steve, and Kevin, your full order here. minute to go, drivers. Stop at 21:03. Manansala 21:11. Taylor 21:11 as well. Gross at 21:12. Wisbank 21:14. Leo 20:11. Padilla 20:14. Got 45 seconds remaining, drivers. And our closest battle will give me for the 2 spot. Taylor, Manansala, Wisbang. All within about 2 seconds. 20 seconds remain, drivers. Time about to expire here. Going into the final lap, Omar, Julian, half a second apart. And that will be a race. Barry Soppy going 21:06. Julian prevails going 21:12.2. Omar going 21:12.5. Harold the 20 flat. Brian 20:04. Steve 20:09. Rigo 19:06. All right, folks, moving in the stadium truck. It is truck time. Race number 6. All right, got a few more trucks yet to check in. Got several turn marshals yet to appear. All right, got all my drivers. Need a little help on the West Coast. Need help on the left side of the track. Need one in front of the driver's stand too. I should have Kevin, Rigo, Steve, Harold, Omar, and Barry. All right, need one in front of the driver's stand. Thank you, Jimmy. All right, folks, our starting lineup here is going to be Brian 1, Julian 2, Art 3, Jordan 4, Brian 5, Austin 6, David 7, Humans 8, Barbosa 9. Be gross on the tone. Taylor, Cardinale, Rabara, Mirafonte, Church, Noel, Humans, Barbosa. All right, full house tonight in truck. 9 trucks here. Got BG going 15-1, Taylor 15-2, Mirafonte 15-6. Second lap, got Gross going 14-7. Got Bryant going 14-4. All right, we got some of our leaders coming up on track. Give them some room, give them some room. 50 seconds in, 5:10 to go. All right, 1 minute down, 5 minutes remain. It's Mirafuente out front, 25-10 for pace. Yeah, Gross 25-12, Taylor 24-04, Cardinale 23 flat. Jordan going 23-05, Austin 23-14. Got Noel 22-03, Barbosa 22-04, and Humans 19-08. 120 down, 4:40 left. All right, minute 30 down, 4:30 to go. All right, Bryant 25-11, Julian 24-08, Art 24-14, Jordan 24-15, Brian 8-23 flat, Austin 22-05, Dave 22-14, Mark Barbosa, that is 22-16, Mark Humans 20-06. All right, 2 minutes down, 4 minutes remaining. All right, we got 220 down, 3:40 remaining. Brian, Julian, Jordan, Art, Brian, Austin, David, Mark, and Mark, your full running order. All right, 3:20 remains. Bryant's out front, 25-10 is his pace. Julian 24-11, Jordan 24-12, Art 24-14, Brian 24-14 as well. Yeah, Mark Barbosa going 22-10, David Noel 22-10, Austin Church 22-10, and Mark Humans 2016. Got 3:10 down, 2:50 to go. All right, Brian now 6.9 ahead of Julian. Julian 2.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.2 ahead of Art. Art 0.1 ahead of Jordan. Those guys 15 seconds ahead of Austin. Austin 2.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.7 ahead of Barbosa. And Barbosa off up on Humans. Got 2:20 to go, drivers. All right, 2:10 remains, drivers. All right, Brian, 24 flat. Now the pace. Julian 24-09, Brian 24-10, Jordan 24-12, Art 24-13, Austin 22-06. Dave 21-03, Barbosa 21-04, and Humans 20-10. Now, minute 35 remaining here, drivers. Well, Brian now 6.4 ahead of Julian. Julian 1.3 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.4 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 1.7 ahead of Art. Art will wrap up on Austin. Austin 9.2 ahead of Dave. Dave 3.5 ahead of Barbosa. Barbosa will wrap up on Humans. Got just over 1 minute to go, drivers. Careful, back straight, go wide, go wide. That is clear. 50 seconds remain. Got race number 7 coming up next. That is 21-5 buggy. 40 seconds remain. $30 seconds to go. a pretty cool whip, Brian. You have to teach me how to do that. All right, we got 5 seconds to go, drivers. Oh, going for it again. That's the fast guy line. If you can nail it. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Could be Bryant going 25-14, Julian 24-07, Jordan 24-11, Art 24-15, BG 23, Austin 22-03, Dave 22-12, Barbosa 21-08, Humans 20-06. All right, this is 21-5 Buggy. Brian, Ken, and Mark. All right. Looks like we're ready to go. 21-5. Brian on the tone. Ken and Mark. All right, we got Brian Merck out front on a 23.06 for pace. Got Ken Lowe 23.08, Mark Humans 21.03. 45 seconds in, 5:15 to go. All right, folks, after this, we'll take a little bit of a break, get the main event set up, let you guys know the game plan for the rest of the day. All right, a minute 10 down, 4:50 to go. Got Brian Merck 23.04, Ken Lowe 23.09, Mark Humans 21.09. Merck going 15-2 that time by. All right, a minute 30 down, 4:30 to go. All right, Brian going 15-2 that time by, puts him 3.6 ahead of Ken. We got Ken about 6 seconds ahead of Mark. $1.50 down, 4:10 remains. Two down, 4 to go. Merck out front. Low 2, Humans 3. Race leaders driving green, gray, and white. Second place is going to be the white car with the orange trim. And your third place runner, dark car, red to black fade, it looks like. Maybe a red to dark red. I'll take a closer look in the pits. All right, we got 230 down, 330 to go. All right, Brian Kin and Mark sharing the track here. Got 3 minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. Brian 4.7 ahead of Kin. That's our closest battle. Got Brian on 23:01, Kin 23:11, and Mark at 21:15. All right, we got 2:35 to go. All right, 2:20 remains. Merck 23:01, Lowe 23:11, and Humans at 21:10. This is our final race of qualifying here on track. Got Lowe going 15:5 that time by. After this, there'll be a short break, and we'll get the main event set up. All right, minute 30 remains, 90 seconds to go. Merck out front, 23 flat, Lowe at 23:12, Humans 21:11 for pace. 75 seconds remain. You heard the man. We got a minute to go. Merck 23 flat, Lowe at 23:11, Humans 21:09. Kinlow just doing his fastest lap of 15:4. All right, 35 seconds remain. Getting close to the end of this one. 25 seconds to go. All right, folks, 5 seconds left. Keep on going, keep going. All right, so Merck gonna finish at 23:02, which is what he did in round number 1. And I'll be race, guys. All right, Brian 23:02, Kin 23:15, Mark 21:08. All right, folks, get the main event set up. Let's see, estimated start time. Thinking about 1:30 maybe. That's good with you guys. 1:30. All right, guys. So basically, the way I have to do this, we're gonna do 2 sets of mains. We're gonna start off our D main, followed by our C main, B main, A main. Got 6 cars per. We're gonna do it Wednesday night style. We're gonna take 2 cars from each lower main to the next one. It's gonna be one main after the other. So if you think you're gonna bump, be ready to go. Keep in mind that 17.5 buggies can do 15 minutes on a battery pack. So you don't necessarily need another battery. Might be nice, but I digress. So we're gonna do a Wednesday night style, which means, basically you race the D main. If you bump up, well, you're racing again. So also another note, I'm gonna have to have the 40 plus A main marshal the D main, and then we're gonna have to have volunteers do 21.5. That's the only fair way to do that. Otherwise, it's 2 guys marshaling 8 cars. That's not fair. It's not fair to the 8 cars or the 2 guys. So 40 plus A main, we'll be marshaling our D main. We'll have to find volunteers for race number 7. All right, I'll check on you guys at 1:30 to see if everybody's ready to go. So yeah, what you see on the screen will happen twice. We're doing 2 rounds of main events today. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the slight delay. So, our first race up, guys, is going to be the D group. That'll be Justin, Martin, Josh, Mark, Tony, Steven. You guys are up race number 1. All right, race 1. Justin, Martin, Josh. Mark, Tony, Steven. All right, it's your turn, guys. Turn marshals are going to be my 40 plus A main event. 40 plus, I'm going to need your help on this one. All right, I do need all spectators to leave the driver's stand at this time, please. Yeah. 40 plus 17.5. I'm going to need you guys to marshal this one. We're going to have some volunteers marshal 21.5. We'll figure that one out when we get there. Maybe all my guys who are back-to-back in the main events marshal 21.5. That sounds fair. All right, get our 40 plus A main drivers to the track. I'm going to need your help, guys. Most of my guys checked in. All right, I may need someone on the left side of the track, please. I may need a tour marshal to the West Coast. All right, Mr. Padilla on the way. All right, everybody's checked in. Let's line them up, guys. Maybe Justin on the number 1, Martin on the number 2, Josh on the 3, Mark on the 4, Tony on the 5, and Steven on the 6. All right, folks, grid is good. Drivers ready. We are going racing. After I said the main event 6 minutes, of course. All right, going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Ryan Lever's leading him into that first jump. Oh, Justin getting it wrong. Come on, Martin to the top spot. Oh, a little bit of follow-up up front. And that is going to put the orange ride out front. That is going to be Josh. All right, got 45 seconds in, 5:15 to go. Right now it's Josh out front, followed by Martin, Tony, Justin, Mark, and Steven. Got 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. All right, about 15 in, 4:45 to go. Trouble in the middle there. Josh flipping it over. That's going to hand it off to Martin. Martin Arroyo driving the purple and silver ride. Kind of a reverse of Barry's paint job. A minute 35 down, 4:25 remaining. So this time around, we got Martin 0.8 ahead of Justin. Justin finds himself 2.7 ahead of Josh. Josh currently 3.5 ahead of Mark. Mark 0.7 ahead of Tony. And we got Tony 5 seconds up on Steven. 2 minutes down, 4 minutes left. All right, 2:15 down, 3:45 remaining. Martin, Justin, Josh, Mark, Tony, Steven. This is race number 1 on track. Our race number 2 RC group coming up next. $230 down, $330 to go. Martin that time by 15.4. So Martin currently 2.3 ahead of Justin. Justin now 5 ahead of Josh. Got Josh 2.9 ahead of Mark. Mark 1.8 ahead of Tony. At 3:15 to go, drivers. Martin, Justin, Josh, Mark, Tony, Steven, your full running order. All right, drivers, 2:45 remaining. Right now, Martin finds himself 6 seconds up on Justin. Justin, 3.5 ahead of Mark. Mark, 1.5 ahead of Josh. Josh, 5 ahead of Tony. Tony, 8 up on Steven. Got 2:30 remaining, drivers. 2.5 minutes left. Well, fast lap of this race. We got Justin Liefers at 15.3. Martin Arroyo, 15.4. Mark Humans, 15.9. Everybody else, 16s and 17s. We're approaching 2 minutes left, drivers. All right, Martin, 6.5 ahead of Justin. Justin now 4 seconds up on Mark. Mark 3.7 ahead of Josh. Minute 50 remaining. All right, C group is up next. C main event will be up next. Running our 17.5 class NorCal National style today, same way we do on a Wednesday night. All right, minute 25 to go, drivers. Martin, Justin, Mark, Josh, Tony, Steven, your full running order. Careful on the left, careful on the left. That is clear. All right, folks, just over a minute to go. All right, so we got Mark Humans up to the 2 spot. Closest battle going to be Mark and Justin. 45 seconds left, drivers. Seconds remaining. So careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. That is clear. 15 seconds to go. Right now it's Martin and Mark holding down the top 2 spots, followed by Justin, Josh, Tony, and Steven. All right, that'll be a race, guys. That will be a race. It's going to be Martin, Mark, Justin, Josh, Tony, and Steven. Your finishing order. All right, folks, making our way into race number 2, RC group. That'll be Art, Brandon, Brian, Andrew, Jimmy, Mike. marshals, please. Come on, drivers from that last group. I'm gonna need your help, guys. Andrew Noel, are you gonna make this one? Are the Knowles still around? Yeah. Darn. All right, I'm making turn marshals too, please. Looking for turn marshals. Looks like Bangers needs a moment. I'm gonna need some turn marshals here, please. Drivers from the last group. Okay, they're starting to make their way out. Thank you, guys. Also, Martin, are you gonna make this one? Martin Arroyo. There you are. Awesome. All right, folks, starting lineup for this one is going to be Art on the 1, Brandon on the 2, Brian on the 3. Looks like Noah Andrews, so Jimmy will take the 4, Mike 5, and Martin 6. All right. Okay, grid is set. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing. Less than 5. All right, Cardinale just ahead of Anders. Oh, Brandon with the outside move, but pipes it. Cardinale pipes it, and they get together. That's going to be Merck now to the top spot. Rulis in the 2, followed by Anders. Cardinale, Blackwell, and Arroyo. Got Brian Merck now 1.5 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 0.8 ahead of Art. We're 45 seconds in, 5:15 to go. All right, folks, got 55 seconds in, 5:05 to go. Race leader making his way down that back straight. Right now, Brian finds himself 1.3 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 2.3 ahead of Art. Art 0.6 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 1.7 ahead of Mike. Mike 0.2 ahead of Martin. Minute 15 down, 4:45 remaining. Careful getting onto the back straight. So, fastest lap of this one, we got Brandon Anders going 14.8, Brian Merca 14.9, 15.2 from Art and Jimmy, 15.7 for Martin, and a 15.4 that time around for Mike Rulis. Got minute 45 down, 4:15 remaining. Merck, Anders, Cardinale, Blackwell, Rulis, and Arroyo. Your full running order here in our C main event. Brian Merck going another 14.9 that time by. Race leader running the green, gray, and white. Second place running the green, purple, and white. Actually, second place now running the white, orange, yellow, and black. Battling with the aforementioned white, purple, and green. Got 2:25 down, 3:35 left, drivers. Hottest battle on track right now is going to be Art versus Brandon. 2:35 down, 3:25 left. Oh, a little short there for Anders. So now Art and Brandon 3 seconds apart. Got 2:45 down, 3:15 remaining. Merck Cardinale, Anders Blackwell Willis, and Arroyo, your 4 running order. Merck 4 seconds ahead of Art. Art 2.6 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 6 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 1.7 ahead of Mike. And Mike 3.6 ahead of Martin. Got 2:50 to go, drivers. Just past halfway. All right, 2:40 remaining. Merck, Cardinale, Anders, Blackwell, Willis, and Arroyo. Still your running order here. Leaders making their way through traffic here. And it's going to be Cardinale now taking over the top spot. All right, drivers, just over 2 minutes to go. The leaders are working their way through traffic here. Minute 50 remains. This time by as they cross the line. Got Art 4 ahead of Brian. Brian 1 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 9 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 3.5 ahead of Martin. Martin half a second ahead of Mike. All right, leaders are making their way through, guys. Minute 25 remains. All right, drivers, just over a minute to go. Hottest battle on track, actually, going to be 4, 5, and 6. Well, we still got Brian and Brandon within shouting distance of one another. 1.9 the gap. Meanwhile, Cardinale starting to check out here. 45 seconds remain. Cardinale and Merck 3.2 apart. Merck 2.2 ahead of Anders. Anders will lap up on Arroyo. Arroyo 1.2 up on Blackwell. Blackwell 1.2 up on Willis. Got 30 seconds left, drivers. Make it count. And Merck starting to put some laps down, bringing that gap down to 2.8. Oh, Merck going 14.7 that time around. Merck's starting to get larger in the mirror. Oh, we only have 2 seconds left. All right, that'll be a race, guys. That'll be a race. V. Cardinale and Merck getting the bump ups, followed by Anders, Arroyo, Willis, and Blackwell. All right, folks, up next is our B main event. All right, B main event is going to be Omar, Steve, Brian, Rigo, Harold, Austin, and your bump ups from the C main event. I said 2 earlier, so I got to honor that. Well, I might need a volunteer marshal because Andrew Knoll went MIA. See, this is what happens when you don't follow the game plan. All right, I need my drivers from that last race. Probably also going to need a volunteer on behalf of Andrew Knoll. Maybe one more in the middle lane. I got Micah all by himself. Mike, did you forget to wear deodorant or something? No, not me. All right, it's going to be Omar on the 1 spot, Steve 2, Brian 3, Rigo 4, Harold 5, Austin 6, Art 7, and Brian on the 8. All right, grid is set. We got marshals. Thank you, guys. We're going racing in less than 5. Got Omar leading them off. Top 2 make it to the main event. BG threading the needle there. That BG out front, Austin in the 2, followed by Omar, Steve, Art, Rigo, Harold, and Brian. Got 5:35 to go, drivers. Long race ahead. All right, BG 0.8 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.3 ahead of Omar. Omar 0.4 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.9 ahead of Art. Art 0.6 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 1.2 ahead of Harold. Harold 0.5 ahead of Brian. So fast lap so far. BG going 14.5. We got Austin a 14.7. Omar 14.7. Now 1 down, 5 to go, drivers. Right now it's Brian, Omar, Steve, Austin, Rigo, Art, Brian, and Harold. Careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. That is now clear, and we got BG 2.6 up on Mount Ansala. Mount Ansala currently 2.7 ahead of Padilla. Padilla 1 ahead of Cardinale. Oh, Cardinale at the pop top there. That's going to allow Church by. Minute 30 down, 4:30 to go. All right, Austin to see. Looks like Austin Church making some strides with his race program recently. Minute 45 in, 4:15 to go. Got BG 2.5 ahead of Omar. Omar 2.8 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 1 second ahead of Austin. Austin 2.2 ahead of Art. Art 1.4 ahead of Steve. Steve 2.4 ahead of Whizbang. Whizbang 5.6 ahead of Merck. Got 2:10 down, 3:50 to go, drivers. Wow. New fast lap. Austin Church going 14.1. That's Steve Leon going 14.3. $2.30 down, 3:30 left. Oh, 2:40 down, 3:20 to go. Brian, Omar, Rigo, Austin, Steve, Art, Harold, Brian, your full order here. Whizbang that time around going 14.4. All right, BG 25.10 would be his pace if we were qualifying. Right now he finds himself 3.6 ahead of Omar Mamansala. Got Omar 3.9 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 2.2 ahead of Austin. Austin 1.7 ahead of Steve. Steve 2.6 ahead of Art. Art 3.8 ahead of Whizbang. Whizbang 7.5 ahead of Brian. Got 2:40 remaining, drivers. This is our B group. Got the A group with 17.5 open up next. All right, 3:40 down, 2:20 to go. by Church and Padilla having a battle for the 3 spot. It'll be white car versus orange and white making their way onto the back straight. Rigo going 14.6 that time by. All right, we got just under 2 minutes to go, drivers. Minute 45 remains. Brian now 3.6 ahead of Omar. Omar 5.7 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.2 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 1.4 ahead of Steve. Steve about 6 up on Art. Art a second ahead of Harold. Harold 13 ahead of Brian. Got a minute 30 to go, drivers. 90 seconds remain. All right, $1.20 to go. All right, just over a minute, drivers. Brian 4.8 ahead of Omar. Omar is 4.7 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.6 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 4.3 ahead of Steve. Steve 4.5 ahead of Art. Art 0.3 ahead of Harold. Got 45 seconds left. All right, folks, 30 seconds remain. Closest battle out there looks to be Church and Padilla still. All right, 15 seconds to go. All right, race to the line, drivers, race to the line. All right, folks, that will be a race. It leaves Gross and Manansala today, man. The rest of the order will be Church, Padilla, Leon, Wisbang, Cardinale, and Merck. Okay, we are now working our way into race number 4, the A main of 17.5 buggy. Yes. Oh, Omar's got his A main dance. Let's go. All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals out here, please, if I can get my drivers from the previous group. All right, I'm going to need my drivers from that last group to come on out. I need your help. You're racing next? No, stadium truck up next. All right, I need somebody in front of the driver's stand, please. Also giving BG a moment here. There we go. Okay. All right, folks. So our starting lineup for this main will be Kalis on the 1, George on the 2, Bryant on the 3, Barry on the 4, Jordan on the 5, Kevin 6, Brian 7, Omar 8. All right, folks, this is our A main event. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing, less than 5. Oh. Okay. Oh, all right. Couple of odd moments on the start there. Oh, man. All right, can we just restart this one? Yeah. That was just kind of a mess all the way around. Sorry, guys. Wasn't a good opening lap. We'll try it again. No one did anything dirty. It was just, it happens. It happens. All right, folks. Best of luck. Less than 5. Oh. All right, got Kalis Lowe out front. Brian moving his way into the 2. Some tough luck for George. Still got a long race ahead. In fact, hey, Art, look at the screen. It's a real, no, Art, look at the screen. It's a really long race. Oh, I'm going to fix that. Don't worry. I think that was from Wednesday when we did the last man standing. Oh, come on, computer. You can do it. All right, we're 45 seconds in. Kalis Lowe out front, just ahead of Brian. All right, 55 seconds down. Yeah, it's slowly going the right direction. The computer's still slow. I know, right? Now we're down to 48. All right, folks, a minute 15 down, 7:45 to go. We're almost there. Gosh, this computer's slow. Man, slower than a challenged turtle. Dude, what the heck? Oh my God, no, stop. God bless it. Sorry, guys, we're having some scoring problems here. I'm going to have to restart that one. Sorry, guys. Yeah, computer's not cooperating here. Hold on a sec, guys. Sorry. I tried to fix it during the race, and it just completely crapped itself. Sorry, guys. 1 second. All right, I'm gonna have to restart the software. Sorry, guys. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. No, we're restarting. Who? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't have record of that now. All right, sorry about that. Hopefully the computer doesn't freeze again. All right. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. All right, take 3. We're going racing, guys, in less than 5. Yeah, sorry, guys. We'll see what I can do about getting a computer that can chew gum and walk at the same time. This thing is junk. All right, we got Kalis Lowe out front, Mirafonte in the 2. Living the 3. A little trouble there for Barry. Still a long race ahead. Not that long, but a long race ahead. All right, 45 seconds down, 5:15 to go. Oh, a move there from Brian. Well, Brian on the wheel. Let's see if Kalis can get it back. a little trouble on the back straight. Can put Lynn out front. Lynn might be the biggest beneficiary of the scoring snafu. Somehow Kayla's missing a lap there. We'll get that taken care of. All right, about 25 down, 4:35 to go. George Lynn out front, 1.4 ahead of Brian. Brian, 0.3 ahead of Kalis. Kalis, 2.5 ahead of Brian. Brian, 0.2 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 0.1 ahead of Barry. Barry, 2.2 ahead of Jordan. Jordan, 3.5 ahead of Omar. All right, fast lap. Kalis now going 13.8. George at 13.9. Battle is on for the 2 spot. Right now, George 1.7 ahead of that battle. Brian and Kalis down the back straight, putting on a show for the crowd here. Just feet apart. Yeah, 2:30 down, 3:30 left. All right, 2:45 down, 3:15 to go. George 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.5 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 5.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.2 ahead of Barry. Barry 1 second ahead of Kevin. Kevin 5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 4.9 ahead of Omar. Got 2:45 remaining drivers. All right, 2:30 remaining. We got ourselves a three-way battle for the lead now. Brian and Kalis able to catch up to George here. They are neck and neck. Making their way over the rollers, through the chicane, over that final double, and down the back straight. At 2:15 to go, drivers. All right, we got 4 down, 2 to go. George, Brian, Kalis, Brian, and Kevin, your top 5, followed by Barry, Jordan, Omar. Trying to read the screen and not take my eyes off this battle. Bit of a challenge. Got a minute 45 to go, and top 3 cars are within 0.2. Oh, Brian now to the top spot. Trouble for George. Looks like Kalis missing a lap here. Got to add a lap to his total. So Brian now 0.5 ahead of Kalis. Kalis currently 3 seconds ahead of George. Got Kevin moving up to the 4. 4:45 in, 1:15 to go. So Brian 0.3 ahead of Kalis. Kalis now 3 ahead of George. George 7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 0.4 ahead of Barry. Barry 1.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 9 ahead of Jordan. Got just over a minute to go, drivers. All right, 50 seconds remaining. Leaders down the back straight. 0.8 now the gap. Oh, Kalis flips it. 35 seconds remaining. All right, 20 seconds to go. Keep going, guys. Got 5 seconds remaining. George getting caught at the line there. All right, results of A number 1, our final. It's going to be Brian now taking the win. Kalis 2, George 3, Barry 4, Kevin 5, Brian 6, Jordan 7, Omar 8. All right, we are now working our way into Stadium Truck, and finally the computer's responding. Yeah, between rounds, I might need to give this guy a restart. All right, waiting on some of our trucks and waiting on some of our marshals. Drivers in this race, Brian, Julian, Jordan, Art, Austin, David, Mark, and Mark. Turn marshals going to be my guys from my last one. All right, I need somebody on the far left. I need a turn marshal to the west coast, far left. All right, Omar, Jordan, Brian, Kevin, Barry, George, Kalis, Bryant are the drivers from the last race. All right, I guess we're going with no marshal on the left. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I think it's going to bother you guys. All right, it's going to be Brian on the 1, Brian 2, Julian 3, Jordan 4, Art 5, Austin 6, Dave 7, Barbosa 8, Humans 9. All right, grid is good, drivers ready. We're going racing. Less than 5. Ooh, PG making some moves there. He set that one up going through the previous corner, getting that inside tire over the piping perfectly. Oh, doing it again. Wasn't as fluid this time, but still, nonetheless, impressive. Near Fuente currently holding down the 2, Taylor in the 3. 30 seconds down. All right, 45 down, 4:15 to go. Brian, Julian, Jordan, Austin, Art, David, Mark, and Mark. Your full running order. 50 seconds in, 4:10 to go. All right, BG out front. Mirafuerte looking for the setup there. Trying to get to the inside. A minute 10 down, 3:50 to go. Make sure that's right. No, it's not. You can do it, computer. There we go. 120 down, 4:40 to go. Ah, BG falling on his lid. That is going to put Mirafuente up to the top. Bryant now 2.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.9 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.4 ahead of Julian. Julian 4.5 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.6 ahead of Art. Oh, looks like Mark's transponder might have died here. Hold on, we'll check it out on the next lap. All right, about 55 down, 4:05 to go. Oh, careful up front, guys. Careful up front. That is clear. Yeah, 2:10 down, 3:50 to go. All right, 2:25 down, 3:35 remaining. Brian, Jordan, Julian, Austin, David, Art, Mark, and Mark. Your full order here. Got Brian 2.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 2.8 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.6 ahead of Julian. Julian 9.3 ahead of Dave. Dave 3.5 ahead of Austin. Austin 2.9 ahead of Art. Art 2.4 ahead of Barbosa. And Barbosa locked up on humans. Got 3 minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. All right, drivers, 3:20 down, 2:40 to go. Brian, Jordan, Julian, David, Austin, Art, Mark, and Mark. Yeah, 3:35 down, 2:25 remaining. So Brian 1.4 ahead of Brian. Brian 4.3 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.9 ahead of Julian. Julian 13 ahead of Dave. Dave 4 ahead of Art. Art 1.6 ahead of Austin. Austin 8 ahead of Mark. And Barbosa locked up on humans. Got Brian going 14.3 that time by. BG's fast stop 14.5. Got Jordan 14.8. A minute 45 remains. Got our 40 plus buggy man event coming up next. I'm actually going to take maybe a 5-minute break after this race. I'm going to restart this computer, see if it takes care of some of these issues. I'll also give some of my back-to-back and race marshal race guys an extra moment to breathe. A minute 20 to go, drivers. After this race, taking a short break. Brian, Jordan, Julian, David, Art, Austin, Mark, and Mark. All right, 5 minutes down. Brian, 3.6 ahead of Brian. Brian, 5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan, 2 ahead of Julian. Julian, a lap up on Dave. Dave, 2.6 ahead of Art. Art, 6 ahead of Austin. Austin, 11 up on Mark. And Barbosa, a lap up on humans. 45 seconds remaining. Need a little help up front. 35 seconds left. BG still holding on to the 2 spot. 3 seconds out of Jordan. 20 seconds remain. Five seconds left. race, Brian taking A, number 1 to truck, followed by Brian, Jordan, Julian, Art, David, Austin, Mark, and Mark. All right, guys, take a few minutes here. Got to restart the computer. Get right back to it after that process is complete. That's okay. What's up?
So in this format, it starts over. So if I was in the I'm still in B, right? You have to bump again if you get to the A or whatever.
Yeah, basically, but I think George might have taken off, so I got to look at things.
Okay. I just wasn't clear if it was like a one hit up or both times you got to climb up.
Ideally, yes. Yeah. folks, it is now time for the 40 plus A main event. All right, it's going to be Barry, Julian, Kevin, Brian, Omar, Harold, Steve, Rigo, and Brandon. All right, looking for a few more racers. Looking for turn marshals too. I'm looking for stadium truck. I'm gonna need your help, stadium truck. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. All right, Humans, Barbosa, Church, Knoll, Cardinale. Let's see who else. And Mirafuente. All right, got Mirafuente there, Humans there, Barbosa there, Church there, and Knoll there. Okay. And for this one is going to be Barry on the 1 spot. Got Julian 2, Kevin 3, Brian 4, Omar 5, Harold 6, Steve 7, Rigo 8, Brandon 9. All right, grid is now good. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, 40 plus AMA and off to a start. All right, so it's going to be Barry out front. Whoa. Well, we got Barry, the top by 14-2. He finds himself 1.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.6 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1 ahead of Steve. Steve half a second up on Rigo. Rigo 1 second ahead of Brian. Brian 2 seconds ahead of Harold. Harold half a second ahead of Omar. And Omar 1 second ahead of Brandon. Got 45 seconds down and 5:15 to go. All right, Barry, Julian, Kevin, Steve, Rigo, Brian, Harold, Omar, and Brandon, your 4 running order. Yeah, stop at 2.4 ahead of Taylor. Taylor 1 second ahead of Allen. Allen 1.6 ahead of Leon. Leon 0.8 ahead of Padilla. Padilla 1.6 ahead of Gross. Gross 1 second ahead of Whizbang. Whizbang 0.1 ahead of Monansala. And Monansala 3 up on Anderson. All right, fast laps. Got Barry at 14-2, Brian at 14-3, Julian, Kevin 14-5, Steve 14-6, Rigo 14-8, Harold a 14-7, Omar 14-4, Brandon a 14-9. Got $1.50 down, 4:10 to go. All right, 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. All right, Barry Soppin now 3 seconds up on second place. Julian 1.7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 2.5 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.7 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 0.1 ahead of Brian. Brian 2 ahead of Harold. Harold 0.7 ahead of Omar. 2:30 down and 3:30 left. Kevin going 14-4 that time by. Our race leader making his way up on traffic here. That is silver and purple. 2:45 in, 3:15 to go. Barry, Julian, Kevin, Steve, Rigo, Brian, Harold, Omar, and Brandon. All right, 2:55 remains. 2:45 remaining. All right, we got 3:30 down, 2:30 to go. Well, Barry at this junction of the race, 4.3 up on Julian. Julian 1.6 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 3.6 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.6 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 3.5 ahead of Harold. Harold 0.3 ahead of Omar. Omar 7 up on Brandon. All right, folks, 4 minutes down. All right, race leader in the middle of the track. We got Julian on the left side. Kevin also on the left side, making their way into the middle. Making their way up on some traffic here. So white buggy is second place. White and yellow is third place. They're making their way down the back straight. Got a minute 30 to go. 90 seconds left. Barry, Julian, Kevin, Brian, Steve, Rigo, Harold, Omar, and Brandon. Your 4 running order. Minute 10 remains. At this junction of the race, got Barry 7 seconds up on Julian. Julian just ahead of Kevin. Kevin 5 seconds up on Brian. Brian 1.3 ahead of Steve. Steve 2.8 ahead of Rigo. Rigo 4.5 ahead of Harold. Harold 1.2 ahead of Omar. Omar 9 ahead of Brandon. 40 seconds left. All right, up next is going to be our 21-5A main event. All right, 15 seconds to go. All right, time has expired. Race to the line, drivers. Got Julian and Kevin racing to the line here. 1 corner to go. Julian just edging out Kevin there. So Kevin almost did the same thing to Julian. But Julian escapes with the 2 spot. All right, guys, 21-5 buggy is up next. All right, so the deal basically, I'm gonna need my 40 plus guys to marshal the first race of the next round. So I'm gonna need volunteers to take care of 21-5, please. We need a few volunteers to help out with 25, 21.5, that is. Thank you, guys. If you are back-to-back at any point in the program, I could probably use your help for this race. It would be helpful. All right, can I get one more volunteer to the right side? And of course, just need one more and we're good to go. All right, line up for this one. Give you Brian 1, Kim 2, and Mark 3. All right, Brian 1, Kim 2, Mark 3 for our first A-man at 21.5 buggy. All right, drivers, we're racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, right after this, we will be going right back into the second round of main events. I believe that's going to be our D main up first. Our D group will be the first race up. All right, since I believe George has gone home, the winner of the last B main gets to stay in the A main. I believe that's Brian Gross. And we'll take some fresh bumps. We got 45 seconds in, 5:15 to go. All right, Brian Merck, currently 4 seconds up on Ken Lowe. Ken Lowe, 3.1 ahead of Mark Humans. We're 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. All right, fast lap. Scott Humans just turning his PR, going 16.4. Yeah, Ken going to 15.6. And Brian, a 15.0. Way to go. 125 down, 435 remaining. And Merck, wow. 2:15.1 in a row. In a row. Oh, man. He has an unexpected meeting with the dot. 145 down, 4:15 to go. I think most meetings with the dots are unexpected. I don't know. Does anyone out there actually intentionally hit dots? Asking for a friend. 205 down, 355 to go. All right, Brian Merck currently 4.6 ahead of Ken Lowe. Ken Lowe 6.7 ahead of Mark Humans. Oh, and there it is. Brian Merck going 14.9. Doing just fine. All right, 240 down, 320 to go. All right, Merck, Lowe, and Humans, your top 3. The 3-car class, only way to miss the podium is if you are unfamiliar with the facilities. All right, 250 to go, drivers. Merck out front, 6 seconds back to second place. We got Ken Lowe, 8 seconds ahead of third place. 2:35 remains, drivers. This is 21.5 buggy on track. interesting to see the way RC progresses over the years. These cars, faster than 17.5 buggies 10 years ago. And 17.5, faster than modified 15 years ago. Yeah, 4 minutes down. Yeah, 10 years ago, if my 17.5 buggy was this fast, I'd probably win by quite the margin. These motors have gotten better. Yeah, 17.5 actually used to feel slow. 17.5 now pretty fast. A minute 20 remaining, drivers. Minute 10 remains. All right, we got Brian 5.3 ahead of Ken, and Ken 19 ahead of Mark at this stage. We're getting down to the final 45 seconds here. All right, 35 seconds remaining. Oh, a little bit of a long lap there for Merck. Gotta put Ken low within 2.5 seconds. 15 seconds remain. No pressure, Brian, no pressure. All right, 5 seconds to go. Gap 2.3. And that will be a race. It'll be Brian, Ken, and Mark. Your finishing order for 21.5. All right, folks. Up next is going to be our D main event number 2. That's going to be Justin Martin, Josh, Mark, Tony, Stephen, Ken, Josh. I think those last two are not running, but they're up on the screen, so I said their names. All right, I'm going to need my 40 plus group to marshal this one. 40 plus, I'm going to need your help, guys. Okay. Thanks for coming out, Mark. And Mark, remember, we got On-Road Saturday this week. Cool, hope to see you there. So yeah, if you guys were wondering, we were originally scheduled to do On-Road today. That's going to be Saturday. Saturday. I'm going to need some turn marshals for this race, guys. Can I get 40 plus, please? Yeah, wake you guys up from your naps. All right, 40 plus, I need your help. Unless you marshaled the last race. If you marshaled the last race, you can just chill. But I'm going to need most of the 40 plus out here. All right, BG stretching his arms. Okay, we got some marshals out here. Let's get our grid set. Hey, thanks for coming out, Rich. We'll see you during the week. All right, Justin on the 1, Martin on the 2, Josh 3, Tony 4, Steven 5. Could you marshal the next race?
I'm in the next race.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
I marshaled the last one.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to go racing here in less than 5. Oh boy. Oh, see how things go here. Oh. All right, so it's going to be Tony taking over the 1 spot. Josh in the 2, followed by Martin. All right, we're 30 seconds in. This is our second running of the D-Man event here on Sunday. All right, going to be Martin Arroyo now back to the top. All right, we're 1 minute down, 5 minutes remain, drivers. Yeah, Martin, this time by 2.5 ahead of Josh. Josh 0.9 ahead of Tony. Tony 3.9 ahead of Justin, and Justin is 3.4 ahead of Steven. Got 125 down, 4:35 to go, drivers. Martin Arroyo out front. He is driving. Oh, careful on the back straight, back straight, back straight. Hey, it's okay, Steven. Just wait for this car to go and go, go, go. All right, about 45 down, 4:15 to go. All right, Martin going 15.8. So Martin out there running the purple and silvers. He's running the reverse berry. Yeah, 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. Backwards berry out there leading the race. All right, 2:15 in, 3:45 to go. Right now, Martin 5 seconds up on Josh. Josh 2.9 ahead of Tony. Tony 10 ahead of Justin. Justin 6 ahead of Steven. All right, Martin. Looking to put that car into the C-Main event once again here. Got 3:15 remaining. Martin, Josh, Tony, Justin, and Steven, your full order. Three minutes down, 3 minutes to go, drivers. All right, 2:50 remains. Martin, 7 seconds up on Josh. Josh, 5.6 ahead of Tony. Tony, 8.3 ahead of Justin. Justin, a lap up on Steven. Yeah, 2:35 to go, drivers. This is race number 8 of our main event round. Technically 2 rounds. All right, drivers, we got 2:20 remaining. Tumble, tumble. Careful on the back straight, guys. Go outside. Good to go. All right, 4 minutes down, 2 minutes run. right, we got a minute 50 to go. Martin, Josh, Tony, Justin, Steven. Closest battle gonna be Tony versus Justin, 1.7 apart. Ooh. Careful the middle, guys. Careful the middle. All right, we got a minute 30 remaining. 90 seconds left. Martin Arroyo, 13 seconds ahead of second place. Minute 20 to go, drivers. Oh, careful. The left side has cleared. Minute 10 remains. 70 seconds left. Oh, we actually do have Barry out here watching his purple and silver teammate doing work out here. All right, 50 seconds left. Seconds remain. Let's see, closest battle gonna be Tony versus Justin. Right now it's advantage Artizone, 9/10 of a second. Oh, Tony flips it along, Justin through. 25 seconds to go. Oh, Justin gets it wrong. Throw Tony back around. 20 seconds remain, drivers. And it looks like Tony getting around for the bonus lap there. And that will be a race, drivers. All right, Martin, Josh, Tony, Justin, and Steven, your finishing order on that one. All right, guys, we're making our way into the C group. All right, C-Main event's coming up. Once again, we lost some drivers, so might need a little bit of help on this one if anybody's available. All right, Art, Brandon, Brian, Andrew, Jimmy, Mike, and Mark. All right, we got marshals, we got some racers. Art, you out? Yeah.
Wednesday night, track change.
Yes, Wednesday night we'll do track change, providing we have enough help. All right, well, that was one of my racers who was supposed to be in this one, so everyone moves up a spot. It's gonna be Brandon on the 1, Brian 2, probably no Andrew. So Jimmy 3, Mike 4, and Martin 5. Interesting. Is it that R1 speed control? I've heard many long stories about those.
It was a real short story, actually. Yeah.
Brian, I think it's auto off or something, or remote off. You want to disable that setting. And let's see, I got add Arroyo. Here we go. All right, folks, winner of this one moves on. Drivers ready. Less than 5. Oh, man. A little mayhem towards the back. I feel like Anderson Mertz still with a bit of a cushion. All right, 15 seconds in. All right, we got 30 seconds down, 5:30 remaining. Brandon Anders out front, 2.1. Yep. Brandon out front, but it looks like Martin now up to the 2 spot. Brian in the 3, followed by Mike and Jimmy. All right, folks, 55 in, 5:05 to go. All right, now Brandon 3.7 ahead of Brian. Brian half a second up on Mike. And that time around, got both Brandon and Brian going 15-0. Mike going 15-9. Martin's fast lap at 15-3. Jimmy at 15-6. And Brandon going 14-8 that time around. All right, a minute 30 down, 4:30 to go. Oh, need a little help on the right? Thank you, sir. I could put Arroyo up to the 3 spot. Yeah, Bender's starting to run away with this one. All right, we got 2 minutes down, 4 minutes left. Mike Willis going 15-0 that time by. Jimmy going 15-3. Got some new PRs. Seeing those games. 2:15 down, 3:45 remaining. Oh, we got one down on the left. That is going to be Brian. That's on Martin Arroyo back to the 2. Careful, first double, guys. First double, be careful. That is getting cleared up, guys. Yeah, 2:30 down, 3:30 left. All right, 2:40 and 3:20 to go. Anders out front. 11-second gap back to second place. Arroyo in the 2, Mertz 3, followed by Willis and Blackwell. All right, 3 down, 3 to go, drivers. Brandon 12 ahead of Martin. Martin 1.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 2.9 ahead of Mike. Mike 2 seconds ahead of Jimmy. Oh, what? Okay, we got 2:20 to go down. Brandon making his way through traffic once again. He finds a little sandwiched in that battle for the 2 spot. It's actually a 3-way battle. All right, you heard man, 2 to go. Got Brian and Martin and Mike battling for that 2 spot. Oh, Brian flips the landing on that one. Oh, Martin on the wrong side there for a sec. Oh, they want the battle continues, I suppose. Minute 25 to go, drivers. Minute 15 remains. Battle watch is going to be silver and purple versus the green, gray, and white versus the red with the white stripes. Five down, one to go. 50 seconds remain. Battle for the two spots. Still going strong down the back straight. It's going to be Merck, Arroyo, and Rulis. Oh, Mike getting close to Martin there. Having a look. Martin a little off trajectory there. "25 seconds to go. "15 seconds left. And we got Rulis getting on Merck here. That red car, white stripes might find that to be the hardest button to button. All right, got one more car. And that will be a race, drivers. Brandon, Brian, Mike, Martin, Jimmy, your finishing order here. All right, folks, making our way to the B main event now. All right, okay, our bump ups. Well, sadly, once again, I might need help because people don't stay for their names all the time. Hate to see it happen. All right, so, well, marshals for this one going to be Mike, Martin, and Jimmy. That's all I got. Yeah, Andrew went home. Art went home. All right, we got Mark helping us out here. Thank you very much. Brian, you got bumped up today, man. Yeah, I decided a few minutes later that, yeah, you are part of the game. So basically, Brian gets George's spot. But you can still bump up Omar if you win this one. Okay, that one's Anders. All right, folks, let's line them up. It's going to be Omar on the 1, Steve 2, Brian 3, Rigo 4, Austin 5, Brandon 6, Brian 7. Omar 1, Steve 2, Rigo 3, Austin 4, Brandon 5, Brian 6. Yep, that's correct. Okay. All right, drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. Ouch. That's 25 seconds in, drivers. Omar out front. Steve up to the 2, followed by Brandon. Brandon getting a good start on this one. His way from the C group into the B. 40 seconds down, 5:20 remains. All right, Omar, Steve, Brandon, Brian, Rigo, Austin, your full running order. All right, we got Omar going 14.6, Steve going 14.6. They are 0.6 of a second apart. Got Steve 2.3 ahead of Brandon. Brian 2.9 back of Brandon. Merck's going to be 1.8 ahead of Padilla. Padilla 0.07 ahead of Church. A minute 15 down, 4:45 left. Omar going 14.4 that last time around. So Omar 1.3 ahead of Steve now. We got minute 35 down, 4:25 to go. Omar, Steve, Brandon, Brian, Austin, and Rigo. All right, about 50 down, 4:10 to go. So Omar currently 4 seconds up on second place. Got Steve 1.2 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 1.8 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.8 ahead of Rigo. Got 2:15 down and 3:45 to go. All right, battle's on for the 2 spot. Steve just 0.8 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 1.6 ahead of Austin. Austin 2 seconds up on Brian. Brian 0.8 ahead of Rigo. Fast lap being reset by Austin Church at a 14.2. All right, 2:45 down, 3:15 to go. Battle for the 2 spot down the back straight through the left side of the course now. Steve, Brandon, and Austin battling for that 2 spot. Austin making the move up to the 3. Got 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go, drivers. 2:45 to go. This time around at the stripe, it's going to be Steve, 0.2 ahead of Austin. Austin 2 seconds ahead of Brandon. Brandon 2.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 2.1 ahead of Rigo. Meanwhile, Omar holding down a 4-second lead. 3:35 down, 2:25 to go. $2:15 remains. Closest battle out there going to be white and purple versus the white car. Making their way in front of the driver's stand, going uphill now, downhill. Austin Church threading the needle there, making the move stick. 2 minutes remain. Drag race down the back straight. Steve giving a little nudge. Oh, Church almost getting that move again. $1:45 remains. Careful on the left side, left side. And that is Church's corner there. Ah, oh, Steve falling off the side of the mountain. Now, minute 25 to go, drivers. Right now, it's Omar, Austin, Steve, Brandon, Brian, Rigo. Minute 15 to go. Oh, man, Brandon might have lost the gear. At just over 1 minute to go, drivers. Now 45 seconds remaining. Omar, 3 seconds up on Austin. A bit more now. Omar 6.5 at Austin. Austin 3.3 ahead of Steve. Steve 8 up on Brian. Brian 5 ahead of Rigo. 25 seconds remaining. Ten seconds left, drivers. Omar getting caught at the line there. 24 flop point one. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Omar, Austin, Steve, Brian, Rico, and Brandon. Your finishing order there. So Omar and Austin getting the bump ups. Although if I get somebody a substitute marshal for Austin, that would be great. All right, this is going to be Kalis, George, Bryant, Barry, Kalis, Bryant, Barry, George, Kevin. Then we got Brian, Omar, and Austin. All right. Now, normally I would say that, guys who qualified for the main have priority for driver stand spots, but I don't think anyone except Omar wants to stand there. That's the party zone over there. Yeah, personally, I stand like where BG's standing. I think my left eye is good. My right eye is just it's there, but it's not really doing anything. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need a little bit of help on the left side, perhaps. Yeah, Kalis on the 1, Brian 2, Barry 3, Jordan 4, Kevin 5, Brian 6, Omar 7, Austin 8. All right, folks, grid is set, drivers ready. This is our A-man event, 17-5. We are going racing in less than 5. And they are off. And Barry Soffit making his way to the top spot. Whatever happened between Kalis and Brian, I'm going to have to see on video later because it happened in the blind spot. 30 seconds in. Barry stopping out front, Kevin to the 2. Oh, Austin, give him a little bit of wheel. 45 in, 5:15 to go. So Barry, Austin, Kevin, your top 3 right now. Kalis in the 4, followed by Brian, Jordan, Brian, Omar. All right, 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. All right, 1:15 down, 4:45 remaining. So we got Barry currently 2.6 ahead of Austin. Austin 0.9 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 0.3 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 0.3 ahead of Brian. Brian 3 seconds ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.8 ahead of Omar. Got a $140 down. Stop it out front. Fast lap at 13.9 for Barry. 14.0 for Brian. 14.2 for Kalis. 14-3 for both Brian and Austin. Got 150 down, 410 to go, drivers. Long race ahead. Kalis 14-1, Brian 14-0. That time by Jordan going 14-3. 350 to go, drivers. 215 down, 345 left. Oh man, Church falling like a rock. 225 in, 335 remaining. Right now, Barry, Kalis, Bryant, followed by Jordan, Brian, Kevin, Austin, Omar, and No George. Right now, as they sit, it would be a tying points between Kalis and Bryant for the overall victory. Yeah, 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Right now, Barry Soppin, 4.3 seconds up on Kalis Lowe. Kalis, 0.5 ahead of Bryant. Bryant, 5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan, 1.3 ahead of Brian. Brian, 0.3 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 4 ahead of Omar. All right, 325 down, 235 remains. Race leader, Barry Soppin, down the back straight through the left side of the track. He finds himself 3.5 ahead of Kalis. Kalis going 13-9 that time by Bryant going 14-0 right there with him. 345 in, 215 to go. All right, 4 down, 2 minutes left. All right, looking back at A number 1, Brian took the victory by about 3 seconds over Kalis. So it's going to be 3.063 in the tiebreaker. All right, we got $1.30 to go, drivers. Barry, Kalis, Brian, Jordan, Brian, Kevin, Omar, and Austin, your full order. Got minute 20 to go. Let's stand by, Barry. 3.8 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 0.4 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 8 seconds up on Jordan. Jordan 2.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.4 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 6 seconds ahead of Omar. Kalis going 13-8 that time by. Gap is down to 2.5 between your race leaders. Barry drops the silver and purple. Kalis the blue and white. Bryant blue and yellow. 40 seconds remain. 30 seconds left. And this time by 1.9 between Barry and Kalis. 1.1 between Kalis and Brian. We got that battle of Brian and Kevin right there. Guys do have Kalis and Brian coming up here shortly. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Oh, and Kalis gets caught at the line. So Barry on a victory lap here. Oh, and that will be a race. So that's going to leave Kalis and Bryant tied on points. Kalis finished ahead of Bryant by 1.2 this round. That is not enough to win the tiebreaker. So your podium in expert today is going to be Bryant, Kalis, Barry. All right, folks, we are now moving our way into Stadium Truck. All right, Brian, Julian, Jordan, Art, Austin, David, Mark, and only one mark in this one. Yeah. Yeah, right? All right, our starting lineup is going to be Bryant on the 1, Brian 2, Julian 3, Jordan 4, Austin 5, David 6, and Mark 7. All right, may need someone on the left side of the track here. Is that all we have for marshals? I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, people are going home and we have back-to-back, so well, it is what it is. Exactly. All right, folks. Maybe one more middle would be nice if anybody's out there not doing anything. I feel like some people have been contributing more than others when it comes to marshalling. I don't want to ask too much. So if I can get one more in the middle, that would be awesome. All right, folks. Grid is good. Drivers ready? Best of luck. We're going racing in less than 5. Tumble, tumble, tumble. Wait for the field to go by and go. All right, 15 seconds in. All right, now it's Brian, Julian. Followed by Jordan, David, Mark, and Austin. 35 seconds in. Yeah, Brian's out front by 0.7. All right, we're 55 seconds in. Got Brian going 14-3 that time by Brian, a 14-5, Julian 15-3. Everybody else 15. All right, we got 115 down, 445 remaining. Brian, Julian, Jordan, David, Austin, Mark. Got Brian 2 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian 3 ahead of Julian. Julian 2 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 1.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 1.8 ahead of Austin. Austin 4.6 ahead of Mark. Got a $1.35 down, 4:25 to go. All right, we got 4:15 remaining here. This is race number 12 of our main event round. Computer recognizes it as one round. After this, we got two more. We got 40 plus up next. And then our final race, possibly 21.5. I don't know if everyone stuck around for that one. Let's find out when we get there. 3:45 to go, drivers. Brian, Julian, David, Jordan, Austin, and Mark, your four running order. All right, BG going 14.5 that pass. Right now, Bryant is 3.5 seconds ahead. Got BG 3.5 ahead of Julian. Julian 6 ahead of David. Got Dave 0.7 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 3.5 ahead of Austin. Austin 8 seconds up on Mark. Got 250 down, 3:10 to go, drivers. All right, 3 minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. Brian, Julian, Jordan, David, Austin, and Mark. All right, 3:15 down, 2:45 to go. Got Brian 5.9 ahead of Brian at this juncture. Closest battle right now going to be Brian and Julian making their way down the back straight. 0.6 the gap between those two drivers. Got 2:20 to go. Taylor turning it around. Can get BG a buffer to work with. 2:10 remains, drivers. Brian, Julian, Jordan, Dave, Austin, Mark. We are now 4 minutes in. Here, Fontaine now 7.6 ahead of Gross, 2.6 ahead of Taylor, Taylor 7 ahead of Rivara, Rivara 6.5 ahead of Noel, 3.1 ahead of Church. Well, Noel about 9 ahead of Church, Church 2.3 ahead of Barbosa. Minute 40 remaining, drivers. Got 40 plus up next. Careful up front. That is clear. Oh no! Here, Fuente with the hungry hippo. You've got the alligator going on. Oh man, that could be deadly. We got a gator out there. Yeah, here's Fuente trying to wrestle a gator. Oh man. Hey, do you want to like pull in for a pit stop, have someone detach the body? Oh man. Oh man. 45 seconds to go. Oh, he can't get the body off. Oh man. All right, just gonna put Mira Fuente a lap back of Gross and Taylor. Got 25 seconds left. Catastrophe striking in the final minute. Well, catastrophe for Brian. Brian, on the other hand, Brian Gross looking like the meme of that guy rubbing his hands, licking his lips. I'll take that. And that will be a race. Wow. So that's going to give Brian Gross the overall victory for the day. Mir Fuente is going to finish second on the day, and Taylor third, followed by Rivara, Noel, Cardinale, Barbosa, Church, Humans. All right, folks, next race up is our 40-plus buggy A main event. All right, for my stadium truck drivers, I'm going to need your help. Stadium truck, I'm going to need your help, guys. I'm going to need your help. Church, no, I need your help, guys. All right, grid 4, this one's going to be Barry on the 1, Julian on the 2, Kevin on the 3, Brian 4, Omar 5, Steve 6, Rico 7. Is Brandon going to do this one? No? Okay. Yeah, they're dropping like flies. Omar's going to drop it like it's hot. Got the moves. All right, guys. Grid is set. Drivers ready. We're going racing. Less than 5. All right, we got stopping. Clean start. Taylor right there. Oh, Taylor gets a little sideways. That's just enough to allow Allen by. 15 seconds in. And now it's stop at Allen Taylor, followed by Gross, Manansala, Leon, and Padilla. Our 40-plus class today. All right, 35 seconds in, 5:25 to go. Barry stop it. Wow, 13.8 that time by Barry. Heck of a lap. So Barry, 2.4 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 0.6 ahead of Julian. Julian, 0.6 ahead of Brian. Brian, 0.9 ahead of Omar. Omar, 0.4 ahead of Steve. Steve, 1 second ahead of Rigo. All right, we got 4:50 to go, drivers. Stop it out front by 2.6. Allen half a second up on Taylor. Taylor half a second up on Gross. Gross 2 ahead of Omar. Omar 0.1 ahead of Steve. Steve 2.3 ahead of Rigo. Got 4:30 to go, drivers. All right, we got 4:25 remaining here. Closest battle gonna be for this 2 spot. That's Kevin versus Julian versus Brian. Buck 50 down, 4:10 to go. Barry, Kevin, Julian, Brian, Steve, Rigo, Omar. Your 4 running order here. Oh, careful in the middle, guys. The BG moves up to the 3. I have to put Steve in the midst of that battle as well. Got 2:20 down, 3:40 to go. Stop it now, 4 seconds ahead of Allen. Allen, 2 seconds ahead of Gross. This time by Gross, 1.7 ahead of Taylor. Taylor, 0.3 ahead of Leon. Leon's 2.8 ahead of Padilla. Padilla, 4.9 ahead of Manansala. 3:20 remaining, drivers. Careful getting onto the straight, guys. Thank you, Dave. Got 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Barry, Kevin, Brian, your top 3 followed by Julian, Steve, Rigo, and Omar. All right, this time around we got, need a little help up front, thank you, Brian. 2:45 remains, got Barry 5.8 ahead of Kevin, Kevin 1.9 ahead of Brian, Brian 4.9 ahead of Julian, Julian 0.2 ahead of Steve, Steve 4.1 ahead of Rigo, Rigo 3.9 ahead of Omar. 2:30 remains. Careful on the right, careful on the right, that's getting cleared. Careful on the left, that is cleared. 2:15 to go. Barry, Kevin, Brian, Steve, Julian, Rigo, and Omar, your full order in. Oh, Barry, obviously if he takes the victory here, he gets the overall. Right now, Kevin Allen could potentially take the 2 spot. A minute 45 remaining. Oh, Barry, Kevin, Brian, top 3, followed by Julian, Steve, Rigo, Omar. Minute 30 remains, 90 seconds to go. So we got Barry 8 seconds ahead of Kevin. Kevin now 3.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 5.3 ahead of Julian. Julian about 6 ahead of Steve. Steve half a second up on Rigo last time around. Minute 15 remains. 75 seconds to go. 1 minute left. Barry, Kevin, Brian, Julian, Steve, Omar, Rigo, your full order at this time. This time around, Barry 8 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 4.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 4.6 ahead of Julian. 35 seconds to go. All right, no close battles going on right now. 25 seconds remaining. Got 21-5 up next. Not sure how many leads we'll have for that race, but we'll see in about 15 seconds. All right, time has expired. When you cross the line, you will be done. All right, folks, that'll be a race. It's going to be Barry, Kevin, Brian, Julian, Steve, Omar, and Rigo. So your overall for the day, Barry taking the W, of course, the 2 victories. Pretty close behind him, however. Kevin going to take the 2 spot with the 3 and a 2. Julian going 3 with the 2 and a 4. Brian going 4, 4 and a 3. And Steve will round the top 5 with 2 5s. All right, we are now making our way to the final race of the day. Oh, this is going to be mano y mano. Merck versus Lowe. All right, trying to get some of my 40-plus guys to help out with this one. All right, well, let's line them up, guys. Get our marshals out here. If you guys want to start side by side, I wouldn't object. Yeah, either way, it doesn't bother me. Those are the most exciting starts. Yeah. Yeah, then we'd have 1 car or no cars. All right. Got way more marshals than cars. All right, folks. Grid is good. Drivers, best of luck. Mono e mono for 21.5, A number 2. We're racing in less than 5. Ah, jeez. 1 second, guys. Sorry, computer. All right, less than 5. Here we go. Our final race of the day. It is going to be Merck versus Lowe. Hey, I heard the winner of this one gets a free paint job from Merck at that. I know, right? We got 35 seconds down. All right, we got 45 down, 5:15 remaining. One minute down. Got Bird going 14-7 that time by. That might be hot up on the day for 21.5. Indeed. Brian's not about to start painting for free. You got a minute 20 down, 4:40 to go, drivers. Oh! Oh, living on the edge. Minute 35 down, 4:25 remaining. Oh, they both flip it this time around, but both drivers back on all 4 wheels. Just under 2 minutes down. Brian Merck out front. 5 marks to 5.4. All right, we got 3:45 to go. Brian up by 9 seconds. Fast laps. We got Kimbo going 15-6. Brian Merck going 14-7. And Mark Humans going home. All right, we got 2:30 down, 3:30 to go. All right, got a week full of racing coming up here. Got Tuesday boot camp. Got Wednesday night racing at 6:30. One class Wednesday, run what you brought, but pretty much everyone brings buggies. Friday night, we'll do our full race night. That's going to be buggies, trucks, etc. You guys want to race turtles? You know, it's got to be a minimum of 4 turtles. Yeah, I mean, hey, we'll race anything as long as we have enough turn marshals to do the next race. All right, we got 2:45 to go. So Brian Merck, bit of a margin here. All right, 2:25 remaining. Both our contestants down the back straight. And Brian looking for the opening, and there it is. All right, we got just over 2 minutes to go. In addition to Friday night racing, we will have on-road this coming Saturday. On-road Saturday. Weather permitting, of course. That's why we're racing off-road today, the weather. No, it works out, you know. Hey, we have to cancel off-road, but hey, we have this nice track inside that we can race on too. Got a minute 35 to go, drivers. Yeah, on-road this Saturday. guys want to race some asphalt, or if you want to check it out. All right, 1:15 to go. All right, drivers, you got 5 minutes down and
1 minute left.
oh, a little trouble for Ken there. Go ahead, Ken, you good. All right, we got 45 seconds remaining. All right, the final 30 seconds here. Well, these guys, I believe, setting their PRs in this race. You got Kimbo going 15.6, Brian Merck going 14.7. 10 seconds remain, drivers. Time's about to expire, so race to the line. And that will be a race. All right, folks, thank you all for coming out to this edition of Sunday Racing. That concludes the on-track racing festivities for the day. Track is open for practice until 7 o'clock. Once again, thank you all for coming. Hope to see you back here soon. Remember, we are racing Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Off-road Wednesday, off-road Friday, on-road outside on Saturday.